Okay, the objective is to generate this page, but make it configurable, I would say. Yeah, I don't know. Is this the full width of the page? No, is it? Well, maybe. I don't know. I print this thing. Kind of. Okay, so currently I have, let's see, what? Oh, let's just see. My terminal here, or is it like this? I am using AI. I'm sorry, but that's how it is. Okay, so currently I have, and now I'll use this for the title. Which gives a left aligned, I guess. Left aligned title. Oh, can I have two titles the same line? On left aligned. G. Just YubiKey. And one right aligned. Currently I'm just running it in HTML directly. And then I'm going to write a C++ program that generates it, because I need more flexibility to the CSS first. So I have just h1 title. doesn't even define a class or what? This class is not defined, is it? Yeah. Let's try it out. So that then becomes this one. Oh, it puts it all the way over there. Oh. Okay, how wide is my table? It looks absolutely horrible as preview. If you print it, then you still have all those lines like it actually shows you. So maybe it's a scale. Nope. Strange. Well, even this doesn't show everything. But yeah, so the table there now has the width, the page width. So in the end, it does look good, or good enough anyway. too much indentation for my taste. You can use comments like that in CSS. I doubt it. This is definitely nice to have. Have an AI for. I would not have done this within 1 minute. To me, this is like magic stuff, like display flags and this inline block. I mean, there's so many variations. Now, bang, you have it. Oh, very good. Right. Yeah, okay. So that is the title. I think that the CSS is probably fixed. Maybe I should put the whole CSS in a separate file. Let's pick a directory where to put everything in. Well, the directory probably has YubiKeys, right? I'm just going to put just make it a little bit smaller. I am going to put it in here. Let's make it a file. Yeah, let's make a directory actually. I'm gonna call this boss fresh sheet. Sheets, I guess. Yeah, except for search. Let's copy it from here. The one that we're working on is open this one. Copy the sheet to there. Long swap file. Let's not ignore that. Yeah, so I think that if I edit the or put it, I mean, I just changed the indentation, didn't I? So you should be able to just put that in here. It's probably a way to just do an include actually here. I don't know how to do that. Maybe that would be nice to just keep this. Let's first test if it works at all. So I put it like that there, write it, reload this page. Yep, looks exactly the same, so that should have worked. And then the question is, can I do it with an include? So I put CSS stuff in sheet.css. Can I include that in the header.html somehow? Yeah, in the end, the HTML is also going to be generated, so I'll just put everything in the passphrase sheet directory now. So let's move the HTML to passphrase sheets. Work in that directory. And then change this to read it. Title, head, title, so the whole style is replaced even. It's somewhere inside the head. And meta is still there. Title, yeah, the whole style is gone. Okay. So we put this here. And then that should still work. Passphrase sheets. No, still looks the same, so that's okay. That worked. That worked. Maybe I should make this an a Git repository as well. So I have the, can share it with people, and I have my edit history and stuff. Yeah, why not? So we go to go to well, I just go to repositories, I think. Okay, GitHub. New. And you call that boss phrase sheet. That's how I did call it. Boss phrase sheets. No, this one. Yes. Description. Generator of HTML page for boss phrase. I think it's one word. How do you call it if you store something on paper? There's the paper backup, or what is it? Yeah, so add a license. I don't really care. MIT. Create a repository. And now we have to jump through hoops to... I refuse to go to Stadius main because it's just ridiculous. It's not racist to call it master. It's just a word. Jesus. Don't change the meaning of words. I have a master and a slave drive as well, a hard disk. It's just a technical term. It means that, the slave follows all the orders of the master. That they also applied that in the far past, like 500 years ago or so, to humans. Yeah, well, okay. Sorry, but these are my hard drives. So it's something totally else, different. So yeah, I think it's ridiculous to want to I don't know, change that. It's just stupid. The racism has to go, but in a different way than renaming everything. Okay, so this has to be back to what it was, the normal thing, and that is done, I think, by going to forget that setting. Edit, call it master, rename branch, verifying what. No. Okay. It is an empty directory, otherwise. Yeah, I already have it now, so I think I can just check it out or something. Which will put it in that directory. So I probably should rename that quickly first. Move pause phrase sheets to pause phrase sheets. Git clone I think it's called GitHub Carlo, the host. Good. Yeah, the HTML should not be added actually, because it's going to be generated, right? Just add that one. Okay. It's still happy. Again, a bloody small file. This one also never works for us. Quit. That's where I was editing. Oh. It has no idea what directory it is in. It's exactly the same name, but for the rest. Okay, so well, let's yeah, we are though everything is now already inside this. There was more when the HTML file was still in a completely different directory, so this it's not needed. And then I'm just going to write a program that line for line prints everything, at the very least until this point. It needs to know, however, what the name is of the file. For example, this name here. Maybe the same name as data that it uses to generate it. Maybe should do that, write that in JSON format or something. Not sure if that's super easy to read it without a library. So not like that. Like V, of course. Hello, Pradeep Fix 10. What's with the OO? Noise. Be more clear. I'm doubting between anonymous namespace, static, or context expression. I don't care. None of the above. You mean this? Yeah, it's a passphrase sheet. So you encircle one character for each line, and that then is the passphrase. So for a paper backup. No, let's use string. I'm from the Netherlands. need that yet. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Less bright. Okay, good night. Yeah, just actually the size. I think it's just one more than the size. Okay, the maximum index. Nope. No music stopped. Okay, put music again. Yeah, we have a standard for that actually. Just file system, isn't it? If there's not, then I have to look it up. Standard file system. I can't type system. Exist. Returns a boolean, takes a file system path. All right. Should we use that then? I think that I can just create the file system path from a string. I guess this. Why is that an R reference? Const reference, yeah. For what they should work. Send file system path. Input file path. File path is nonsense. Input file is not one word. Okay, create a thing from the input file name. And then we have an output. Not a namespace thing. It's not gonna work. Does not name a type. Oh, yeah. So it's more like using namespace. Hopefully that is allowed inside the function. Fs is not a namespace. Okay. Now it works. So that is fs, I think. Exists. Yeah. Yeah, fs exists. And you pass a path. So if not exists, input file path. Standard error. Yeah, expected input file. input file path does not exist. If exists output, you just override it, right? Yeah, I don't care. Generator. Foo. Expected input file. See, it puts a quotes around it because it's a path. It's nice. Right. And what kind of stuff do we want to have? Value. Key value pairs. Yeah, that's not very clear. Let me just look at that page itself. Title, I guess. Title left, title right. Let's call it. Let's call this title. I don't know how to write JSON. Apparently not like that. I think you have to start with that or something. Or not. No, not. No, whatever. I'm not gonna ask the AI. Title. Something between quotes. YubiKeys. That was my title, right? Yep, YubiKey. Now we have a title left to right, right. The date, yeah, this should be the date of the GPG key, not the. So I won't. I will not generate it. I have to give it as a string. Date. I think I already generated it, so that should be yesterday or 18. Okay, let's ask the AI how to do this properly. How does one do this correctly? As a .json file. If there is another format that is easier to read in from a C++ program, then we can use that too. Oh, there should have been quotes around it. If you want multiple sheet entries, and the square bracket says an array. Tom L. It's very readable, editable by humans. In C++, JSON is easy with common libs. Tom is also easy. Yeah, it's both libs, so I don't really care, I guess. Hello, LK Shy 3. What is it? It's a program that generates an HTML file. I want to generate this file, but then, you know, format JSON. Gayalhayev 8779. 30 plus years, 31 now already. Something like that. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. I feel old. And if there's anything I did in my life, then it is C++. So if there's anything that I'm a master in, I guess. Yeah, if you're young. New, especially teenagers don't want to do anything else than learn C++ to write a game. But you can't, because you need a big team. Big team, a lot of money. Yeah, you can write something and call it a game, but it's not going to be anything like games that you can play. That you play yourself. I don't play games, by the way. But I mean, you know, the 3D stuff. Right, so I was going for, let's say, not an array. And then you, this must be between quotes as well. And that must be a colon. Not a colon, not a colon. And then like that or something. Or I could just have copied it from semicolons. No semicolons. Commas. Yeah, commas. Great. And I'm still going to copy the HTTP set, because why not? The future-proof thing here, I like this one. Paste. Can bring in a little bit more structure, maybe. Okay, what else do we have? Oops, yeah, well, that was where I wanted to go to. You have a date, to a title, left and right, and a date. And then you have the key ID. Key ID. The key ID can be public, right? So I just type that in. If it cannot be public, then I can't print it at all. Actually, then it has to be something that you know, like the grid thing. But I can't show this because now I'm on my second PC, which is air gap tails thing. And I have to type here to get my... Let's see what I will have. Or maybe I don't have it actually. I might not have it. List keys. I have a key, but I think I didn't use a correct passphrase yet. Oh, that's annoying. Well, then later. Yeah, later. Don't need that right now for the program. So this is going to be something like 0x, but let's not type the 0x. Or is it? Well, it's... Yeah, it's... Use normal, I guess. I'll just use this value here. Or, well, it's going to be changed then later, but... 209 FA 54 B8841 756. And does that have the expected number of characters? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8, 16. Yeah, okay. That was key ID. It used to be here, and I want to have it here because we don't have this anymore. This is the admin pin. That's not relevant for this sheet. Serially also not. Passphrase is. Yeah, might as well make that configurable. Although nobody wants to change it, I suppose. But okay, let's call this thing passphrase. Oh, actually, this is as title. I want everything configurable. So we have. Let's say headers. Is that an array? Can I make an array here? So these are the values that go under the headers. Dude, that's not header then. And then here I have, let's say values, I don't know. Content, data, maybe better, data. What data headers? Data headers and data. Yeah, so the date is written as date, all caps. And the key ID is the title key ID with an underscore. I want to keep it the same. And then we have another title. And that would be this one, passphrase with a colon. I think there must be a comma there. It didn't turn red though. And then, yeah, the password doesn't have data because it just this stuff here. The very current project is nothing. It's just printing this. I really don't want to put a lot of time into it. This must be finished quickly. I think this is all for that page. This is just the data that I need. Data, key ID, and the passphrase. It's just for one PGP key for the primary certification. This, yeah, exactly that. The only thing I need is the date, key ID, and the passphrase. Right, go to ChatGPT again. Okay, does this? Oh, is this correct JSON? How would this end up in the C++ program? Because it is nested and stuff. Got rid of my array. Why? Array use that as values, as the value of a key. Oh, as a key. Array elements must be values, often objects. Array elements. I'm totally confused. Oh, this is simple, no arrays. Yeah, I don't see the point of that. Looks like an array with one element, which is exactly the same as that. But for rows, you use an array for data. If you want to support multiple keys, yeah, well, no, I mean, multiple sheets, yeah. I want to just have one sheet per file. Or maybe, yeah. Yeah. It is an idea to put everything in one file, but I think it's only confusing everything. Probably this must be changed as well. So that now it's confusing. So I don't want that. I even get a program for free. Yeah, I know that. I probably won't change them, but it's just easier to change them. Put everything in there. Right, so this must be, oops, this must be the JSON file, really. Improvements. Okay. And then you need code to read that. Let's see what it wrote here. Include, new include. Never use this, did I? Never use that. Open the thing. I suppose this can just use my input path. Path. Yeah, this one. That should work. JSON parse F. I don't like that kind of abbreviations. Let's just call this input file. And then it reads stuff. That's not what I want. Yeah, well, maybe I do, but that means that every JSON file must have these values, right? Or can I just read everything and then if it doesn't exist, it will be empty? I think so. That's the whole reason to use JSON, I think, or XML or something like that. So it still works if you leave out stuff or add new stuff. Definitely add new stuff, of course. What will happen if I try to read something that doesn't exist? I hope it won't throw an error or something. Just empty. That would be that would be the best thing. I like to declare everything const. Otherwise, I think is that going to be changed? Yeah, okay, so far so good. So let's just print them out to see if that worked. Let's add a new line here. Right. Right. Oh. Yeah, okay. How do I link compile that? I have the feeling that this word is going to be in my package stuff. So we have a pacman, query, list everything. Not list everything like that. Grab. It does not exist. Still does not exist. Yeah. Oh, what package on Arch contains a bit of AI would say, you lazy bastard. Look it up yourself. I'm not Google. Yeah, I searched for that, so that's Don't tell me I don't have that. I don't have that yet. That's impossible. I already decode JSON, I think, or maybe not with the library. Nah. Pacman query list everything, all that package. We are looking for this file here. It also has a CMake support. Great, but I'm not using CMake at the moment. Maybe I should. Let's keep it simple. So package config, I think there's a minus sign there. Let's say libs. Nothing. Damn it. How is that possible? What am I doing wrong here? I'm just being stupid, I know, but also lazy, because I immediately ask the AI. I don't even ask it, it just dumped error on it. Or error, I mean the... Well, it's underscore, because that file should exist. Blub. Copy. Oh, I stopped it. Oh well. Oh, there is literally nothing in it. Well, maybe I should have looked in the file. Share only. Do I want this? Probably. Yeah. Okay. So normally I would do that. Guess. Yeah, make file. So let's put this here. The do nothing thing. Let's add that to, yeah. Okay, make. This one's not declared in scope. Did you mean? Ooh, holy lot. It's kind of annoying, I think. Using namespace. Did it not tell me to use a namespace somewhere? Using this. Probably better than what I was going to do. And it worked. Generator. There it is. Generator. Top left, YubiKey. Top right. Yeah, it worked. Very good. I'm sitting in the cold. I'm going to turn on the heater. Why am I sitting in the cold? 17 degrees. Oh my god. I'll be right back. I have to, you know, bathroom break. Put stuff away break. Don't do it on the floor. late is it? Oh shit. The shop is closed. Yeah, well, I'll eat bread, I guess. I did a while ago. I wasn't hungry at all, so I was like, I don't care. And now I would like to have a nice meal. Well, no, I'm going to have to actually think a bit. Yeah. What am I doing wrong? Why is everything red? Yeah, I would like to start up Codex now, but then I have to set up some environment, I think. Need an end.source file here. And put in it. Beats me. Up. Let's go to projects. Yeah, which projects did I have that are being used together with? I think AICXX. Like this one, right? Yep, well, that would be a possibility. Yeah, forget I need this as well. I don't think it's no, it's not set, of course, currently. Yeah, I'm not using CMake. Sure, this is also nonsense. The committer name can be changed. The builder can be changed. Well, I'll delete it. This is again CMake stuff. Don't have the rest. Now let's update this work with top project is, well, just put in this, I guess. That's top project is actually also not used. I use that for reading which compiler to use. Compile flag stuff. Which you don't have here. I just have a single make file. But yeah, in order to get Codex to work, we set the workspace to that thing now, so that gives it a different meaning. Yeah, I don't want Codex to work in anything else than this directory. So that should be okay. Codex repo base, I think that's relative to this directory. That is slightly confusing. Let's try to make it empty. This should also be empty. Let's make it as empty as here. So the actual repo base is then, I don't need this one, I think. Or do I? Maybe I do. which now ends on a slash, which is probably not hurting. Export repo base, stop project. Again? I do that here already. This is nonsense. What the hell is this? What? It's already set. Yeah, we don't have a build here. Only problem is I tell Codex that we have a build there. Build is just a current directory. Set it equal to, don't do that. Set that equal to top project. Now we have those, and then give it its own build directory. Yeah, okay. Cool, I don't care. If it ever is allowed to make commits, so it must do that under its own name. And this is yeah, not doing CMake. Hopefully that works. Let's run Codex on the left. Codex bash function is not defined. Oh boy. Must be moved to projects then for this to work. Okay, move it to projects. Anywhere inside projects is okay, but can also put it in GitHub, maybe. Yeah. Okay, let's say I'll have this on. That's mine as well. That's immediately the repo base, and so that's also true for which. Nope. Yes, it is. Okay, so move that. Move to GitHub. Then I can do cd inside that. Now it's here. Does that confuse Git? Ooh. No, that's apparently not super confusing. Yeah, that I don't like this. I should fix this. I'm just making a link, I think, to the real thing then, which is there. Not sure we can use till here. Yeah, of course you can do till here. It just fills it in. It's okay. So that is now pointing there. That is good enough, of course. But you can't run codecs if we do cd this, because then you have the same path. That demands that we have this path here. So actually, I wanted to start it here. So now I have to move that on over there. So codecs. Wait a minute. Resource. Codecs. Codecs repo base is not set. Well, it's empty. Yeah, okay, so maybe we need a double, let's see, how do I do that normally? So codecs. Yeah. Let's see, we go to codecs and we print it's not empty, is it? Just the directory where the git is. What? Oh yeah, might as well do it then. Codex thinks it is in that directory. Yeah, okay. Exclamation. Did I not type exclamation? This is ridiculous. Since when can I not do exclamation mark? Do this run it locally. Very confusing. Now, that looks like the correct directory. So we are inside the Git repository. I'm also going to assume that the exclamation mark works. So create the workspace. Wait a minute. So codecs workspace. I think it's still indeed. Oh no, nothing. What? I hit enter, nothing happens. Yeah, obviously. Snore. Right, okay. Everything seems to be set up correctly. In that case, we can do the following. Hello, Krishna. I'm happily coding equals the length of the corresponding data, I guess. Plus left and right margins, non-existing left and or yeah, don't ask me. I'm just working on my own projects. Okay. Blocks are added in the order that they are defined. Left to right. Wrapping if a new block causes the total width to go beyond the width of the table. 37 here. Okay, the exception is data, a data value of grid 36, which is to be let's say which, not with, that is to be considered 37 wide. And value grid 10, which is to be considered 10 wide. Print out the blocks by header, I guess, or header value, header data, and give their top left coordinate as well as width. Okay, and give the top left coordinate as well as width for each. The height of grid 10 is 11, including the title. Including the header, I suppose I should say. Plus I don't have it here as in the example. But yeah, that would be, whoops, that would be so it's just 1 and then 10, yeah, that's 11. And this one is 6 times 5, it's 30 high. Plus the passphrase thing is 31. It found the JSON file. We are all set. Yeah. And it's not so curious that it also reads the HTML file. That's a good thing. No curiosity at all there, I think. I'm sorry, I didn't look at the chat. Now I see you have a question without a question mark. How much should we be using LLMs to write code versus running it on our own? That is a very difficult question. Times have changed. I think that doing it yourself is the only way to learn. But at the same time, yeah, I like to, live on the bleeding edge and go with the latest developments. So I'm using AI. And after a few years of trying and misery, it's kind of working. Starts to work, as in being more productive than faster, I should say, than when I have to do everything myself. But I'm just producing stuff, already knowing C++. So how that is for someone who is still learning, I think you should not use AI. I think you must be really good at C++ before you start to use an AI. But yeah, I mean, being really good at C++ takes 10 years. You can't wait that long before you start playing with AI. So it's difficult. Maybe, do both, but definitely not a lot of LLMs. Just play with it a little bit. What I'm doing now is mostly either ask very targeted questions to short answers, and then still it has it often wrong. So you have to verify everything, and so you must be able to do that as well, of course. Judge the result. And if the answer has to be a little bit longer, like this program, I use Codex so that we have a Git repository and it edits the files on my hard disk here locally. And then I basically just use it as a brainstorming thing. It gives me an idea here, but it writes a file that's supposedly compiled or not, and maybe works even, I don't know. And then I once did that, I look at it, and then I'm like, yeah, no, not like this, and I make changes and changes and changes. And then an hour later, I have something that works. And then the question is that faster than when I would have written it from scratch? And hopefully it is. But if you knew and you can't code, then it will write something and you will look at it and it's all new. Okay, this is probably how I should code. And I doubt that is a good thing, because really the AI still cannot code very well. So I'm afraid that the new generation of programmers is going to code in a pretty different way than the old guard that learned it themselves. They're going to code in the way that the LLMs think that you have to code. I'm not sure if that is a good thing. Anyway, so it generated something. What is it? Yeah, okay. Well, the first question obviously is, does it compile? Well, let's first have a look at it. If it ended up here, yeah. So my first question is, does it compile? I can run make. And it says, yeah, that is up to date. It already did compile it, I think. Yeah, it did compile it. Okay, and it did run that. Okay, well, that worked then apparently. Well, that it compiles is very nice. And then I'll run it even before looking at it. And then it prints title left, YubiKey table right, that, yep, table width, yeah, well, that's just literally what is in the JSON file. Date header is date, data is that, top 00. So this one is inserted first. The height is correctly 2. And the width is 11. And that is 11 because this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 plus 1 for the margin. Now I have to look at my JSON file. Yeah, we had a margin of 1. And this one has a margin of 3, so that's going to be this length, the length of this thing. That was 16 plus 2 is 18 plus 3. What's this? 31. No, 21. Yeah. Oops. Yeah. No. No. just leave the editor. 21. Okay, that is correct. And then finally, oh yeah, and the top left is at 0.11. And that's correct because the width is 11. Passphrase. Headers passphrase, data is grid 36, top is 2, because, well, that didn't fit, obviously. And the width is 37, so it went, you know, it's wrapped, as it were. And the height is 31, like I told it. So, yeah, the output is also correct. Now we have a look at the code itself. Parse int. Value is number integer, return value. This is a string. That you can also give numbers, apparently. The AI is better understanding this JSON library than I am because I never used it. So I'm totally going to trust this. Otherwise it gets it. Parsed is 0. Size type, constant is parsed. There must be an integer. Got that. Return out. Throw the error must be an integer or integer string. Well, yeah, looks very good actually. It didn't make anything object oriented. There's no classes or something. But yeah, that's good enough. I really don't need anything beyond that. That it just works and it isn't complete nonsense. And well, this is pretty good. Let's see where this is being used. Table width is a parse int, and then we have parse int for the margin. Of course, the margin is obviously with the minute. Okay, it is using JSON. Okay, now we have data width. If it is equal to that, it's that, and otherwise it's that, and otherwise it's just the length of the string, also called size. I'm actually happy with that because I want to use int whenever something is a small integer. then it's just int. You know, don't start using unsigned because we are talking about a length which cannot be negative. But data size returns an unsigned long. Ugh. You can't return unsigned to a signed because it's even worse. This thing is 8 bytes and that one is 4 bytes. So you need a static cast. And normally you would say, don't cast something. You know, if the LM would have generated unsigned long here or size type as return because that fits, and these fits obviously because they are literal small integers, so they fit. Then I would have been not satisfied because I insist to use int for everything that is small, and the length of these strings are obviously very small. They're not more than 65,000 something. So it's amazingly good actually that it returns an int here. But yeah, it's you could call it personal, although I would say, well, this is more, you know, my experience of decades, that you should use int. But then, yeah, I don't know. Kind of surprised almost that it is writing it like this. Now I think about it, I might have added that to my agents.mg. Yeah, I think I did. I didn't come up with it on its own, I'm afraid. I think I have description in it. Let's see if we can find that back. The first thing it should run is run agents instructions. Sure, well, but I'm just gonna do quit, and then we run codec shell, and then I can run it. No, I don't see it. I don't see an unsigned. There's nothing here. So it did come up with it itself. Maybe I had made a remark here, like you know, stay away from unsigned, if at all possible. Codecs resume. Accept. Editor, I'm using NeoVim. So yeah, also very good, you know, everything that is pure local should be in an anonymous namespace, not static or something. That was my code, this too. Here you get new code. And it even doesn't have a return 0 at the end. Ah, beautiful. Beautiful. I hate that. I'm so surprised. These little things make a big difference for me, but I'm just surprised that did it learn that for me in the meantime? I suspect now that if I ask in the web of someone else, I mean, Yeah, interesting. Many LLMs would still write return 0 at the end of main, which is just unnecessary. Okay, try. Parse the thing, get the title, get the table width, get headers, data, and margins. Yeah, I would like to change this though, but it's just a reordering. I mean, it was red, and then I see this as debug output almost. I didn't even ask for it to print it. It's kind of debug stuff, but okay, I'll leave it in for now. And then we read that, which is then checked. Okay, could do that per line, but this is maybe even better. Might as well try to read all three and then test it. Cursor left is 0, cursor top here, current row height. Okay, so go down. If the catch, if an exception is caught, just print it. Okay. Oops, what the hell? Try. Nou, de for loop, ja. Run over all header items. Data must contain the key. That I said those were errors if they don't exist. Header value. Get the values, I guess. Get the margin object. I'm very surprised so far. It's excellent. I couldn't have done it better myself. If it would only produce code like this, then I would say use LLM and learn from it. Yeah. Yeah, this is procedural, of course, right? I mean, it's almost scripting language, basically. If I had asked to do this in Perl or in Bash, it would have probably used the same kind of structure. And if you want to write a much larger program, then I mean this is almost C code based. Well, that's maybe a bit too much, but you get my point. So do this, do that. It's just doing the way I described it. And there is nothing super complex like many objects containing objects. It's a rather simple program. But it does an excellent job for that. Okay, finally some logic here. So if width now becomes larger than the table width, oh, it doesn't fit at all then. This is just one object. If cursor left path width, if you append it and it becomes larger than the table width, then the cursor top becomes current row height and the left set to 0 and the current row height is 0. Yeah, but I had the feeling this is nonsense, because why would you set that to 0? And you see why that is nonsense, because immediately after it is overwritten again. So I wouldn't do that. Just nonsense. Why would you do that? We just go to the, we wrap, so we go to the next line, as it were, and to the beginning of the line. Oh, that's why I set it to 0. Never mind. Yeah, it does use it here. I didn't look at that. It can still be removed, because the height is. So the reason to set it to 0 is because we want this to be set to the height. But if you do not set it to 0, okay, well, no, actually it's correct. You have to set it to 0. Yeah. This is the height of the previous block, and we just wrapped. So that previous block could be anything. Could be 10. And then this height is just the height of the just wrapped block, which could be 2. The current row height is the height of the maximum height of all the blocks in the current row, basically. So if you stack a block height 2 and then a block of height 10, then it becomes 10, and then again a block of height 2, which doesn't wrap, then the row height is still 10. So yeah, at the moment you wrap, you must set it to 0. I was mistaken. Okay, got that then. And then it prints it. Yeah, I don't know about this one. I would say just leave the try block and continue after the catch. Maybe that's why there is no return 0 here. We never get here. So I would delete that. And then we just get here, and then we should return 0, which is automatic anyway. Now, impressive. Okay, so the next thing, of course, is using this data. Note how I asked it to do some calculations, write code that does some calculations, some simple calculations, and then we checked it. And I didn't ask it to finish the whole program including generating the HTML. That's just too much, I think, at once. Now, before I let it make more changes, so we have to commit stuff to the repository. Right. Well, let's just, give it the next task. What is the correct word here? Not template, but yeah, whatever. I'll just use template. Oh, I think I was most. Okay, so just the header of the file. This template. Make it up till and including. Maybe also the title. Oh, it's filled in. Width 25 pixels or something. Span 37. No, 25 pixels, that's a lot. I don't know what the 25, what the width is here actually. Call group. I don't know. Yeah. Do you think the AI can figure this out? It is maybe a little bit problematic for the AI to figure it out because this does not match the JSON file. Okay. The challenge here is to morph the blocks with their top left and width information into an HTML table. And that is generated row by row. Alternating between blocks. If a block runs out of rows, because a block on the same height, level, we would call think I covered everything. The grids, of course. Okay, a grid 10 is as if the data was is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Repeated 10 times. 10 rows. Grid 36 is as if the data is oops, all top minus a b c d. Now I think it should give it a go. Note that it. Oh no, sorry, this is Codex. But if you don't use Codex or you use it, well, so I mean this is local. Um, it's using my PC to compile stuff. But if you use the website, then it has its own Scratch area. It seems can compile and stuff and try out stuff in the background. If you may believe the reasoning, anyway. So let's say if it would not have access to my PC, I would just have asked this on the web, then it would still say stuff like build and validate and stuff. It would just use itself locally at Google. Or no, it's not Google. This is it's OpenAI. Sorry. Yeah. Reviewing C++ return values. It does not like it that I remove the return 0. So much for being happy there about that. I mean, you don't have to review it. It adds the return 0 in, and I will just remove it again. Well, it was more general. It's, reviewing C++ return field is not necessarily about main, I guess. So I'm not sure what it was doing. Maybe we'll just do a big check or all the return values of all these functions. Okay, well, it finished again. Shall we go straight to compiling again? I think it already... Oh, it probably overwrote my file. I think it did run it again. No, it didn't. Okay, I should have made a backup of mine. It's not added to the... yeah, I don't know. Has it changed? Looks changed. Totally changed. Well, okay. So far for the backup. Then I suppose I should just might as well go straight for viewing the thing. Yeah, well, very nice, I think. Except, of course, this font sizes are not exactly what I had in mind. Got lost my font sizes. Okay, let's make some changes. Let's add a 10 by 10 grid. You know what the nasty thing is, that would fit if I just cut this thing in two. Key ID does not necessarily have to be done like that. Make it very difficult for myself suddenly. Or I just feel for the AI, I guess, to make it not difficult for the AI. What to do, what to do, what to do. As a test, let's put in grid. So I have date key ID. So yeah, put a grid here. Full bar. No, let's call it pin, or I don't know. User pin. User pin. That then also must exist here. And I'll call that grid 10. And it must exist here. And I'll just leave that empty. Yep. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna tell the AI, I think, what I want. It's Christmas and I want something. I'm not looking at the code. Amazing. Hmm. Really? No. Um, oh, it's right. It's a space in between. I'm doing the font size separately, I think. It's stupid that I lost the previous example. I KQX5628. Yeah, well, I'm pretty much flabbergasted, about AI. It's doing a wonderful job. You think we still have a chance to commit what I had? Uh, uh, yeah, we were in time. Mm-hmm. We even have a class now. The annoying thing is, of course, in terms of coding, that normally it already did output, I think, or not. Yeah, I don't know. There's just multiple rows anyway, so. But yeah, the thing is on the left, so basically you could, I didn't even look at the code now, so it could have, say, out already written out the first row of the key ID. Then it finds out that the next row wraps, and then it has to erase that again. But yeah, come on, I mean, for an AI, it's just easy. Use a temporary string or calculate a width in advance before you write anything. It has written it. Let's have a look. Brilliant. Did a good job there. So now we have just, 8 here and then the 8 there. And yeah. Do I not have a left margin? Oh, I did not add a left margin. Yeah, I did not add a margin. That's correct. So we could set this to the margin here to 1 and then the margin here to 3. That would be reasonable, I think. Oh, it's still busy. That's a margin here of 1 and then here a margin of 3. Now it's putting a long time into this after I already verified that it looks good. Let's see if it added a return back at the end of main or not. No, it didn't. It's like doing too much now. This is ridiculous. It's getting carried away, as it were. Before I'm being banned for a copyright violation. You get the idea. Man, what the F is it doing? It's not that difficult. I think something went wrong here. It's not that difficult at all. Shall we interrupt it? Well, I want to do something too. I'm going to look at this file. 6 plus 7, 13. And the other one's 10. Okay, so width of 13. Maybe make it even larger. Actually, this is what 8 plus 6 is 14. So 14. Do. Oops, 2x2. Row hard is 2. And the total width so far, how does it call that? Content width. No. Cursor left. I think cursor left. Yeah, it sure makes you lazy, those LMs. Very lazy. Yeah. This program is special in the sense that I absolutely don't care how bad it is as long as it works. And I'm not doing it for fun or anything. I just want it to be finished as fast as possible. So I can go on with my what I really was doing. So yeah, if the AI can do this for me, then it is probably actually being faster. So I think the correct strategy here is you add blocks using some kind of algorithm until you wrap, and then you start over. Then it's just a repeat of things. Adding blocks until you wrap works as follows. You just keep the complete list of all blocks that you added so far. And the height of however it is being arranged or stacked. If the next block that you add fits in the column, in the last column, then you do that. If it doesn't, then and the height is larger than the current height, then you call an algorithm that rearranges everything as compact as possible. And if it is not larger, then you just append it. So you need some kind of a recursive algorithm, I suppose, for the. No, because the height is kind of fixed. So you just stacks things in a column until you run over the current vertical height. And then you fill in next. It's actually quite easy. I could make it more complex by rearranging stuff, reordering stuff. But yeah, well, I leave that to the user who is writing the JSON file. So yeah, so I think in terms of objects or classes, you need a class for a column indeed, and you need still a complete list of all stuff added so far. So you could make a class that is a row of columns, and then well, you still have to be able to run over all blocks. And that last class needs to have a height, and then you need a function that can add a new block to it, which returns whether or not it fits or that you have to wrap. So yeah, we have a block, a column, and a row, let's call it. And the row exists of columns, and the columns exist of blocks, and we need a function to add a block. Add a block to a row, returning whether or not it wraps. See if it explains the algorithm. Layer now maintains a row group, okay, row group, column, stacks width is max block width, and the height is the sum of the block height. That would be a single column, yes. Blocks can be placed below the previous stack when it doesn't increase current row height. When adding a new block as a new column. When adding a new block as a new column would increase the row height. The generator first simulates collapsing the rightmost column into the previous one repeatedly as long as the combined stack height stays less than or equal to per stack. That's not correct. That matches and avoids unwanted collapsing when the new block ends up wrapping. HTML writer now renders by scanning each stack per output row, emitting the active block header data itself. Yeah. Shall I just immediately tell it that I want a different algorithm? Also, it says first simulates. I think this is the point where I start to be unhappy with the code of the AI. Yeah, I would do a rewrite here. Like I said, I don't care. If it works, it works. It's probably not using the best algorithm. I could tell it to do that, but my demands are not that high, really. So let's see generate this thing. Then we get this now. Yeah, no, good. And if you add another grid, then it should cut that in two again. But probably doesn't. I have the feeling it won't do that. That is bad. That would be bad. Yeah, because that is a layout that I need. Dang. Right, so add it to JSON file. Let's add a admin pin thing in front of it. Yeah, pin. Maybe I should not use call it user pin. Just pin. Okay, 10. This is a user bin. This is still user bin. Left. Let's do one first. Nothing. What happened? You need different key names, I guess. Admin pin then. Ouch! That is not good. Yeah, I think that if we remove 8 of these things, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, then that should fit. Not sure about this. Well, let's reduce this to 1 here. Yeah, it should fit, right? Yeah, we need about 6. It should already fit. Can just count it. So this is 13 plus 11, 24. 24 plus 6 is 30, plus 2 is 32, 33. It's a lot less than 37. Give it a new command, and then I go to the bathroom. Implement the algorithm. Blocks are added to a row group. It's a struct. It's not a class. Bad AI. I didn't tell it what to do with the dynamic nature of the key ID. That, of course, I think means that you try to add it with the big width, and if that failure is now defined, I suppose, then you try it with the smaller width. So, bathroom break. Nothing. It should be using Builder. It uses Builder by default. Yeah, should have put it there. Which is just the current directory. No, it's not. It's one down for some reason. Oops. And still nothing. What? Sure. As usual. How did I end up here? Oh, I've never been anywhere else, I think, actually. Projects. GitHub. The Echo dollar bill. Well, just LS again, I suppose. Does it exist? It does exist. So why is it not working? That is strange. Because it's just literally not set. Why is it not set here? Extraordinary. Oops, I closed the wrong window. I should have had this. Tja, what the hell? That's what you get. doing nothing. No. The more annoying thing is I lost codecs. At least I don't think that is still running. And it's still not working. How is this even possible? Oh, also I'm an idiot. Or I'm an idiot. Probably was working all this time. Except I've got to run something. Just CTEC is not enough. CTEC, have to run that. Nope. No, okay. I just wanted to get some colors. Hey, well, we should be able to jump around now. So let's say, oh, group. The string jump. Nope, does not do it. Okay, I'm shocked. Oh, it's empty. Why the hell is this not working? Why would CTEC suddenly not work? What am I doing in this? Oh, God, I just changed the directory again. And still, no tag found. Row group. doesn't make any sense. Nothing works. C tags, and that is the way how to use it. C tags. Tags minus output. Hey. What is that? Why still? That looks for it in the current directory, no, in the build directory. But why? Because text is there? So, I don't know. Yeah, okay. Well, add to last column if fits. Add new column if fits. Till it's around. Check. Which one do we need here? No, I can't be bothered with it. Just make it a user choice. Okay, something equals 3. Key ID merge. It's actually the other one. Why is there no 18 or no equals 18? Oh, oh, what the hell happened? Oh, that happened. Still printed full length. Obviously. There's no clue actually here. Printing is wrong. Printing is wrong. Printing involves a string 0x. Happens twice. Block ID equals key ID or block ID equals. How can I have missed that? I just searched for that. I don't get it. That looks like doesn't find the style sheet at all. No, then this would not have been rendered like that. Let's make sure that it doesn't find it. Yeah, this is without style sheet. Definitely does find the style sheet. Okay, that's good. But then why is the size of this font not 3? Medium date, for example, tr date td. There is no date. Did add a class header though. Oh, right. isn't even mentioned. Yeah, no. Seriously. Is that a thing? Yay. Just need a different font. Nobody gets it. Get the border. Border of what? No, this is purple padding. No. Text online. Doesn't do anything. Padding actually improves it on the header. That doesn't do anything. It's totally aligned to the top, man. It's ridiculous. Oh, that is medium makes it move up like crazy. It looks like the bottom is a center or something. Vertical align. Yeah. Okay, so we want to using CSS. How do I align text vertically such that the center vertically of the text is vertically centered? That is Nope. Now, what? How is it suddenly doing nothing? Can't get any larger than that. Okay. Why is er still header here? Oh, because I added it myself. TD. Yeah, right. Data, block data row. What? Oh, maybe it helps if I would recompile my program and regenerate the HTML file. Just an idea. Yes. And why only this one? Why not the date? And then not only this one, only this one, not even that one. What the? Only added there. It is only added there. Oh, that is literally 8 to 16. Never mind that. Oh, this is literally key ID only. WSG. I have no idea what that means. Otherwise, it's also 0x. Oh, this is the oh yeah, never mind. Compact versus non-compact. It starts to look like, well, something anyway. I think this was my objective. I'm not saying that it looks good or something, but yeah, not sure about the, not too sure about the bolts, I must say. Maybe just a tiny little bit less large, these things, if it is bold. Still not happy with the font. What am I up to? Well, getting this correct. That's what I'm up to. I'm trying to get it correct. That it looks like correct. Let's edit the again and then pick another font. What is a good font for headers for HTML headers in the table that are all caps? Yeah, I had Helvetica. Yeah, we can draw Arial. Definitely better. But too low now. Okay, we can fix that later. What was the other suggestion? Sans serif. These characters are further apart. I like that. Yeah, roboto, like that. Oh, yeah, it has its charm. Déjà vu sans. What the heck? Let's see, boss race. No, alt tab. There's so many control keys. Horrible. Maybe I should try not bold. It's probably better. Yeah. Bold is overrated. No, this is better. Let's use this. Okay, so I don't want a pin here. And I want maybe the long version. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's increase the by 6 or something. Let's increase it the margin by 6 for the key ID. Seven. What is happening to my music? Oh, are you still watching my ads? No, really. No. Generate the stuff. Reload. Okay. Here again. Yeah. Then I have to create one for every YubiKey. Yeah. So YubiKey. Let's see. I need a name for those things. In the following order. This one. Five in FC. Fips. No, as if I can remember that. Okay, so that was the 5C. Yeah, basically I don't have a right. C5 in FC Fips. Actually, I do have a right then. Let's call the right. Which one is that? Fips, Fips, Fips. Okay, rainbow. The thing has a thing a date. Date the date that I bought it, maybe. Does it have a key ID? Nope. It does have a serial, however. Serial. Do we have a passphrase? No, we don't have a passphrase. It's amazing, but true. And then the date, yeah. Well, not today anyway. What is the date? Let's use this date here. Gonna call it, who cares, right? 2024 12/19. The cereal without the milk more of their stuff. The serial of the thing. Well, actually, I can have a look at. Let's open it. I don't know what is all in there, so I'm gonna do that outside of YouTube. CD/user. Oops. User source are how to the UB keys. VI readme setup. Yeah, that would be. We're talking about this one. There's nothing left. Might as well put everything on one page. I don't know what mode my keyboard is in. Oh, but the pins are missing. That would be handy. Have some secrets in it as well. Yeah, okay. GPG pin. GPG pin. And I have I'll put that here. This is actually also GPG admin pin. The pin, and then this is the Vito2 pin. Yeah, And you have 2 more pins for PIF, but I turned that off, so I guess I don't have pins for that. Did it just override my file? No. What? No, I edited it. Stupido. Generated. Unexpected string little bubble. Line 19. It is red. So that is very clear when you are this wrong. Okay, that's strange. Why did it put it here? One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7. Did I give the serial 7, a margin of 7 or something? Margin of 7 for the serial. I totally did. I guess I want to have at least a margin of 1 on the right. Actually also on the left. Let's keep it left. Yeah, let's add 12. Let me think. Right, I think it's time to do secret stuff. So I'm gonna quit. The program works, doesn't it? More or less. I'll put it on GitHub. Why not? So git status. I'm going to put it on GitHub anyway, maybe. So might as well continue streaming this. Yeah. Eventually, or should I not? I don't know. Okay, I'll just do it here. Who cares? What I wanted to keep secret is that I use the same pin for these two. And that looks ugly, so... Again. I think I should just... I use the same pin for every key. So this is also a bit redundant then. To have the name above it. To have a block with, well, separately the pins, and then just a block with maybe... Doesn't, yeah, not even needed, actually. They could put the name in it, name, date, and serial for each. But I have that in files already. It's nothing secret about it. So there would only be here to identify for which YubiKey the pins are. But since they are all the same, I think I'm going to extend it though. Ten digits. Yes. Okay, we'll do the following. Oh, fuck. Remove. Remote. I'm glad I didn't remove it. Move. That doesn't work. It is rename. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to stop streaming. So